say something like that, z, not really, yeah, zw, but you have to add them together. v2i add, we're adding them together, and that's roughly what we need in here. So this is the center and this is the radius. So, but all of that stuff is in integers, right? So all of that stuff is in integers, so that means we'll have to convert it to at some point. Yeah. So I'm trying to create 2f from 2i, right? So that's one conversion we have in here. So I might as well put this stuff like that. So in terms of the radius, I didn't think we need to convert the radius. It's going to be converted automatically. So I'm converting that, and v2f, v2f, 2i, converted that as well, converting all of these things. So let's just double check that all of that stuff still kind of works, at least in 2D, right? As you can see, it does in fact work. It does in fact work. It does in fact work. So that's pretty cool. You know what I want to do now is to move all of that shit to geometry module. So I have a special geometry module that does things. Yeah, let's move all of that Scheiße here. Scheiße, Scheiße, meine Freunde. Scheiße, Scheiße. Alright, so we're moving that stuff in here. Okay, so let me see if it's still nice. Okay, so the semicolon spent 3 hours debugging for a single semicolon. Alright, so I want to test this shit with 3D. How are we going to be checking that with 3D? I want to put like a huge ass box and essentially a huge ass box that you can't even penetrate, and then check a collision with that box. So I think that would be kind of interesting. How can we even implement that? How can we even... I think I've missed some of the subs. Thank you so much, Idevsk, for Twitch Prime with the message 59 more to go. Thank you. So one thing I'm also thinking about is maybe introduce a new kind of entity. So as of right now, we have only 2 entities, right? So it's a static entity and an item, right? As you can see right now, this thing is static, right? So the green thingy. If I turn it into an item, it's gonna actually start, you know, bobbing up and down, and to indicate that it's an item, right? So where is it? I think I'm too far away from where it is. So, and as of right now, we have like 2 kinds of entities. Maybe as sort of like as a test, I could introduce the third one, which is a barrier, and it needs to define some sort of a box. And the question is, how can it define a box? I suppose the box must be part of the model itself. Of the model itself. So now, how can I do that? This is going to be, so I think it's the asset types, isn't it? I think it's the asset types. So this is the, yeah, so here's the model, right? So we have vertices, we have texture coordinates, we have normals. I don't really use normals, but that's fine. Oh, and this is interesting. The model also has meshes, and this is something that I actually implemented off screen. So it has meshes, and each individual mesh is a bunch of faces. So the reason why now a single model consists of several meshes is because each individual mesh can have its own texture and its own tint. So essentially, model consists of different chunks, and those chunks, they have their own texture and tint. And that actually allows you to use, you know, the functionality of Blender, where on different objects you apply different materials. And this is how I, for example, implemented this sort of like a placeholder for the player, where the body is black, but the bun is actually red. So it's 2 separate meshes with separate materials and stuff like that. So that's how we done that. But anyway, so what I need in here is within the model is to have the box, right? So I need to have the box, and maybe we can implement something like with 3F, P1, P2, or maybe box P1, right? So box P1 and box P2. And since all these models are generated at compile time, right? So, I mean, at compile time we're generating like ACID blob. All of that stuff needs to be computed at compile time as well, right? So we need to generate box P1 and box P2, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting. How can we implement that? First of all, let's go ahead and introduce a new kind of entity. So there was a entity kind, and if I introduce something like entity barrier, what is going to happen, right? So usually my style of programming is that I know the size of the enum, and in all of the corresponding places I usually place static asserts and stuff like that. So now if I add a new thing, so all of the places where I use this kind of stuff should break, so I can go to all of these places and sort of refactor everything. Okay, so it's not everywhere I put the static assert. In some of the places I make use of this switch enum warning, right? So essentially I have some places where we don't have all of these switch cases checked, right? So this is going to be barrier, like that. Might as well align return. So it's going to be sort of like a temporary thing. Okay. So when I'm rendering the level, and it's time to place a model, I suppose barrier is going to be literally the same as the static, right? So in terms of like from the visual perspective, it's not going to be different from just a static entity. So we're going to render all of them the same. Item has to be bobbing up and down, right? So because of that, we have this additional transformation applied to it, but barrier and static is going to be the same. So what else do we have in here? Okay, so I guess that's basically it. 2 places. I had to make modifications in just 2 places? Does it also mean that it's going to appear in the editor? Really? It's going to appear in the editor? Yeah, it did appear in the editor. So this is what highly maintainable code looks like, right? So you add the enum, the compiler tells you all of the places where you have to make modifications. You just make these modifications, and there you go. It even appeared in the editor. So yeah, it's very fucking easy. It's very fucking easy, very fucking easy. Yeah. So we need to pick something. I feel like, does it even get reflected in the editor when I save the thing? Let me maybe do the following thing. So where is this weird ass thing? Right, I'm changing it to a barrier, and then I'm saving the whole thing. Right, and let's take a look at the diff. Okay. It's kind of insane that I literally had to make modifications on 2 places, and all of the functionality just picked it up, right? So the level format also kind of... Did I write that? I can actually postpone working on this game for a little bit, right? Because I was working on a hash table. I forgot that I actually implemented this system, like holy fuck. This is fucking convenient. Did I really implement it? This system just picked it up. I didn't expect that. What the fuck? Alright, so we're having some stuff in here. What the fuck? Anyways. But now, well, it's not that perfect in all of the parts, right? So there's some nasty parts here and there. But I think this part is actually quite good. So in terms of the model, assets and stuff like that, I think we're about to actually hit the nasty part of this code. It's when I'm gonna add some additional stuff to the model, but not really, right? I think the problem here is that if I add new pointers in here, that's where it's gonna cause the problems, right? So because models are basically packed into a binary blob, into a binary file, right? So it has a certain format, and if you have a point within the structure, it has to be properly relocated, registered in the relocation table and stuff like that. But I feel like if you just add the values in here, you don't have to do anything. It's only when you introduce pointers to the structures you have to do something special. But furthermore, since we have sort of like a meta program step, right, we could maybe analyze the structures at compile time and automatically detect that there are new pointers in here and just like generate serializers and stuff like that, but I'll work on that later. So yeah, so we need to have something like v3f box p1 and box p2. If I just update this entire thing, I think it's going to just work. Yeah, it works. Nothing really changed in here. Nothing really particularly changed. So some parts of the code didn't pick it up. But at least there was some sort of an assertion there. Okay, that is great. I'm really happy. Right, what's up with that? Okay. I see. Fascinating. And I don't even have a static assert and... Bro! Jinxed it, literally fucking jinxed it. Right, so I said that I usually like to do static asserts, and literally there is no static assert in here. Fuck's sake. Okay, so entity, so count, what was the count? Entity kinds, right? So we had 2 of them, right? So now there should be like 3. Yeah. But on the other hand, we could always actually implement it in terms of a loop. Is a loop? We could, yeah, just a second, just a second. So entity kind, right? So we can start iterating the kind, starting from 0 up until this one, right? Plus kind, and essentially, if sv, and we need to grab the name. Where is that name? Yeah, here it is. So display entity kind. So we put this thing in here, display entity kind. So this is entity kind, and they're equal. So we collision freaking naming. I hate it. Okay, so let's call it maybe K. Can I just call it K? Bro, all the good names are already fucking taken. Okay, so you can just do that, and you can show, and you don't never need that in the in-game logger. Yeah, it would be nice to log that in the in-game logger, but logger doesn't support, you know, locations in the files, so that's kind of the problem again. So yeah, this should work, right? So, and it should automatically pick up new kinds, right? Because we're iterating all of them, and if we find a thing that's equal to literally the name, we just assign it. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so does it complain about anything? It doesn't seem to be complaining about anything. Everything is fine. Now, if I click on this mother flipper, and it still retained the barrier. So it picked it up from the file, which is great. We can turn it into an item, right? So as you can see, it is an item now, right? So, but let's reload. We'll just load. Yeah, okay. So now it is back to barrier. Hopefully it is back to barrier. All right, that's pretty cool. So, but for the barriers, we need to compute the box, right? We need to compute the box. Let's go into the meta program. And where do we generate assets? Okay, so here's the function generate assets. So file assets and stuff like that. So load and pack model. This is probably where we want to do that. We're loading the model, right? And then we're packing it. So where do we pack the model? So do we have to do that during loading the model? Right, because I feel like, yeah, maybe. Let's do that during loading the model. Yeah, that's right. I think that's actually kind of cool. We have a pretty complicated system for loading like parsing materials and stuff like that. I think materials is literally hash table. Yeah, it is. Look at that. Here's HT. Yeah, there you go. So the materials is a hash table from the name of the material to a specific material, and a specific material actually contains the the texture and the color and stuff like that. So it's actually kind of cool. All right. So we do use hash tables during the step of building assets and stuff like that. But anyways, oh fuck, how do I go back? So at the end of all of this shit, what we want to do, we probably want to iterate the vertices and basically compute mean and max for x, y, and z. That's what we want to do. Let's go ahead and do that. So vertices, as far as I know, is a dynamic array. Right? So we can do decay for each, and so vertices. Let me see what are the items. I don't quite remember, chat. I do not quite remember vertices. It is v3. Okay. So this is v3. So vertex, vertices. All right. So this is the vertex, and how are we going to be doing that? I think it should be relatively straightforward. So the model box P1, right, is effectively v3f minimum between that and the vertex, and 2 is the maximum between P2 and the vertex, and that's it. I believe so. I believe so. All right. So let me see. Vertex DA for we don't have a DA for each, so I probably have to take a pointer. All right. So this is the pointer as well. We have to do reference and that, I think. All right, and we can't see shit yet, but one thing we can try to do is when we're placing the player. So is it the render player? I think that's what it is. Let's put a breakpoint somewhere here, right? And I don't know. So this is going to be player model. So let's start with GF2. Didn't like something in here. Player. Okay. So player model. Let's call player model then. Okay, happy now. Alright, let's go. Did it work? Something weird happened. I feel like something weird, but I didn't expect it. Just a sec. Weird. So if I do debug GF2, are you all right now? Yeah, it didn't work. And I think the process died. So let me see. Do I have debug GDB? I don't remember. Nah, it's on the GF2. I remember adding GDB option, but I think I didn't commit that eventually. So yeah, maybe we could try to add the GF version. It's kind of weird, right? Like I can't really stop there. Though one thing we could do is maybe place a breakpoint in the game initialization. So here we're loading the assets. Okay, so, there is a breakpoint in game init already. That's kind of weird. Right, so why it didn't work? I'm actually confused. It used to work. It doesn't work anymore. Work child. Debugger is broken. Okay, so let maybe introduce GDB. Let's see, maybe we can do something about that. Okay, so debug 3. So GDB, it's now 4. In here, okay, so it didn't like override. Okay, so this has to be GDB. What else do we have? Is yeah, so that's fine. When we are debug GDB, okay, so let's actually not run anything. So there's another option in here is when, yeah, this one also has no GDB. So that should be fine, I think. Nope, run, debug, GDB. Okay. makes sense. That was kind of weird, but okay. Why is it doing GF2? Am I going crazy? Something is... Excuse me? This is GDB. Haha, I see. I see. So, okay, now it works, but then, yeah, the breakpoint doesn't work, unfortunately. The debugger broke. Nice. Didn't do shit, but the debugger literally broke. It used to work. So maybe it doesn't. I don't fucking know, man. So annoying. Can I? All right. Can I maybe directly put a breakpoint on a thing? Okay. So break at game init. And it didn't break at game. Spend 0 hours debugging. Yeah, I know. Like, what? That doesn't make any freaking sense. What? Debug the debugger. No, I have no time for that. You know, and I just want to test a very simple thing, not like do something super complicated. So yeah, create a new debugger. You know what? For how long? I already streamed for 1 hour. Let's actually make a small break. I'm gonna make a cup of tea, and after the break, we're gonna see what we can do. Right. All right, we're back. So what do we need to do? I just want to confirm that the models got their box computed properly, and I can't fucking do that for some freaking reason. Okay, so if I do, did I do GF2? All right, so run debug GF2. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for gifting the sub to I like your nose. Thank you. So can I break on main? Right, I put a main. Breakpoint is put on main. So here's the breakpoint, here's where it is. I run the whole thing, and okay, so I can steps through all of. Okay, so can I break in game init now and continue? All right, and it skipped the game init entirely. Error in resetting breakpoint function. Main is not defined. Function game init. Okay, so I think I noticed something. It says that those things are not defined. So is that because? Well, I mean, I put GGDB in here, so that means there should be some sort of a debug information. So, not quite sure what is going on. What if I literally delete the build folder? Let's delete the build folder just in case. I actually doubt that there's something in here. Hackpets, thank you so much for the subs. Today 32, tomorrow 64. Okay, great. Doesn't work. It's supposed to work, but it doesn't fucking work at all. Bizarre shit is going on. Bizarre shit. Alright, so that means we have to live with that somehow. One thing we can do in here. Okay, so we reloaded the assets, right? We reloaded the assets, and so here's the loading. And in here, we could probably have assets. So where the okay, so there's an asset table, which is great. Within the asset table, where is it defined? Where is the asset table defined? Let me see. So it is defined in here, and we can have different entries, entry count, good. All right, so what I want to do in here, I want to iterate all that shit. So less than assets, entries count aside. All right. So, and for each individual entry, if assets entries I, so, and a single entry can have a kind, right? So, and if the kind is entry model, what I can do now is probably take the assets and convert it to a model. So this is going to be the model. So this is the asset model pointed to a model. So within here, we're going to print the name of the asset, right? So this is going to be something like that. It's going to be something like that, and so let me close the chat. All right, so this is going to be the name, and within this thing, let's actually literally just print all this. So I think there was a v3f fmt. So this is the model box p1 v3f arg, something like that. And this is going to be the second one. All right, so probably put a space in here. And another space in here because we have FMC. Oh, right, this is not what I want. This is not what I want. Okay, so can I just try to run the whole thing? Alright, did it. Alright, look at that! Look at that, we got the shit. And it's actually correct, believe it or not. For the cube, it's, yeah, so 1 by 1 by 1, right, but it's actually in the center, in the origin, and because of that, the minimal one is like -0.5, and this is +0.5. So it computed the shit correctly, right, the boundary box. If you take a look at the player, so that's the boundary box right here, which we can try to use. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I wanted to see that in the debugger, but I just couldn't, so but I printed that to the standard output. I'll try to see what's up with the debugger maybe after the stream. So now we can try to use that. So the question is how we're going to be using all of that stuff. So if something is a barrier and you bump into the barrier, right, bump into the barrier. Yeah, so it also means, by the way, that we need to compute the players. Here's the funny thing: since each individual model has the box now, the only thing we need to do is to check whether the box collide, not really the yeah. So it doesn't really work like that. We also need the sphere. If the debugger stuff is interesting, could you post it as a footnote? Sure. Probably not interesting. So it's probably not interesting. But I noted your request. What I wanted to know. I'm really check. On top of the box in the model, we need a sphere, right? A radius of a sphere. How are we going to be doing all that? It's kind of interesting. Because depending on the, yeah, because what the thing is that it's easier right now to just check whether two boxes collide, right? So because we have a box for the player, we have a box for the barrier, it's just easier to do that. But I mean, like whether you want to use a box or a sphere depends on the shape, right? So because for some shapes it is better to use the sphere, for some shapes it's better to use the box, and maybe that's exactly what we're going to be doing in the future. But for now, I feel like we need to figure out how to make two boxes collide, right? So we figured out how to make circle and box collide, and the outcome of that is that we have now a function. I'm probably not going to use it right now, and that's fine. I'm going to use that in the future, right? Rect circle collision and box sphere collision. I don't plan to use it right now, but I'll use it in the future. All right. So let's maybe do some other things, right? So this is the collision. This is a fill circle. Now what I want to do is just transform this example into something else. How can we transform this example? So we can fill two rects. So this is the first rect, which is static, and in here we can do something like that. So this is the color blue, and since this is a rect, we for I, so center X, center Y, maybe, right, it's going to be radius. So that's what we're doing. All right, let's try something like this. This is a playground. Okay, how can you make two, like, how can you check that two rectangles collide? So it's also a very interesting question, right? It is as interesting as how you make two, like, you make circle and rectangle collide. Okay, so let's start with something simple. So there's these two things. As usual, I feel like it is easier to simplify the problem into one dimension, right? So in case of a one dimension, we just have two segments in here, right? We simply have two segments. We can maybe denote these things like L, R, left and right, L1, R1, or as we decided, let's actually call it X1 and X2 and Y1, Y2. So this one is going to be, I'm sure we want to put that X1, X2, but unfortunately, this doesn't answer what rectangle it belongs to. Does it mean I have to do X1, 1, X? This is kind of stupid. This is kind of stupid, to be honest. Like, using left and right kind of solves that, because you have L1, R1, and L2, let's put this L2, R2. And correspondingly, you have top 1, bottom 1, and top 2, bottom 2. Right, so something like that. So how do you simplify the problem into one dimension? You have two segments, right? So this is a segment, first segment, like this, and this is L1 R1, and the second segment L2 R2. So, and you may have several situations, at least two situations. They are not intersecting, and they are in fact intersecting. So how do you check that they are intersecting? The trick is actually very interesting. You need to ask an opposite question. You need to ask an opposite question when they're 100% not intersecting. When they're 100% not intersecting. They're 100% not intersecting in this specific situation. So if your R1 is less than L2, the value of L1 and R2 doesn't matter, they 100% never intersect. So, and you have kind of an opposite situation, which is, okay, so let me merge everything. When like this, when R2 is less than L2, R2 less than L1. So, and essentially, when you have, let me put it in here, so I'm going to stretch it like that. This is two conditions. If one of them is true, meaning that you have OR between them, that means the segments 100% are not intersecting. 100% intersecting. So the question is when they are intersecting. It's when you have an opposite situation. That's it. So this is yeah. So it's as stupid as that. Right. So you have one of the conditions is, you know, they're 100% not intersecting. So you just invert that, and there you go. They're intersecting. And what's funny is that you kind of do the same shit for the second dimension. It's just you chain all of them together. Right, you chain all of them together. Can I do something like that? All right. So the analog of R, if I understand correctly, is T. T1 less than B2. Right, less than B2. And oh my god. Okay. So can I make it even smaller now? And T2 minus B1. Right. So, and that's basically for two dimensions. And I suppose, to scale it up to three dimensions, you just have to add two additional conditions in here. I'm pretty sure. Right, I'm pretty sure it's scalable to any amount of the dimensions that you want. So let's actually test it. Let's actually test this shit. Let me see. Static, boolean, rect collision. So, and how are we going to be actually denote that? So let's actually do something like this. Left, right, top, bottom, 1. Right? So we're going to be like literally passing it like that. And let's see how it is going to go. So this is going to be L1, L1, LRTB 1, C0, L, R, T, B. So this is going to be 3. And here I'm going to replace 1 with 2. Something like that. Something like that. So R1 was less than L2. R2 less than L1. T1 less than B2. T2 less than B1. Negate that. Okay. So let's see if that's doing anything. Now we need to transform that to the LRTB format. So this is what we have in here. This one XWH2, V4I is WH2, something like that. How can we just have a function, something like XYWH to LRTB? So that would have been actually kind of a banger function, if you know what I mean. Would have been kind of a banger function. So static, V4I, XYWH, alright, and LXWH, C0, R, it's actually plus 1, no, 2, minus 1, something like that. T is actually 1, and B 1 plus XWH, C 3 but minus 1, and then just return for I, LRTB, something like that. So maybe even static inline, why not? And also that static inline, why not? that's basically what we have. So the question is it going to work? Let's see. Let's find out. I got a semicolon. Fuck me. Alright. I fucked up, chats, really badly. How did I do that? I have no idea. Oh, I know why. I'm an idiot. So this is not where I should have actually done a conversion. But I mean, I still need that function, so it's fine. So rect collision xwh to emax xwh1. So then I need to, let's grab this entire thing. Let's grab this entire thing. Collision, if collision color red, otherwise color blue. Then boolean collision, it's just that, and then this is 2. So that's what we want to do. Okay, gonna work, not gonna work, let's find out. Doesn't fucking work. How come? How did I fuck it up so fucking badly? Rect collision. Yeah, somehow I fucked it up. I see. I actually see how I fucked it up. Left, right, T2, TP2. Okay. Okay. Come on. No, it doesn't work. So that means I made a mistake somewhere. I wonder where. 0. So X, Y, W, H. So this one 0, 1, 2. That makes sense. LR to B. No mistake in here. So is there a mistake anywhere in here? So if there is a collision, it should be like that. So R less than L2, R2. Isn't bottom top plus height? What are you talking about? This is literally what I said in here. Oh my god, let me really check. Don't see a mistake. I really need to go through all of this shit. And this is that. No mistake in here. So let me double check this part. R2 less than, yeah, R1 is less than 2, R2 is less than L2, so T1, bottom 2, I think I see, so it has to be actually bottom 2 less than T1. You know, it would be easier to actually maybe copy-paste those, and simply replace R with T, yeah, and L with B, but I feel like this is not going to work. T1, I think it has to be B2 actually, less than T1, because if you put it like that, and then B1, oh, it's the other way around, I completely fucked it up. Interesting. Even though R1. So, yeah, but the idea is just like you have to visualize that. Yeah, now it works. Yeah, so, yeah, it works. Pretty cool. So now you have this kind of collision. But instead, so the thing here though is that we have 2 boxes. So not LRTBI, because if we want to scale it to 3 dimensions, we have to think about it slightly differently, right? So the box is denoted by P1 and P2. But I now want to provide 2 of them. So that means I need to, I can call it Q1 and Q2, sure. So something like that. Something like that. And yeah. How can we do that? So this is that, and so on and so forth. I kind of want to use it like P1, P2, but that kind of forces me to do this shit, and I kind of hate it. Like, I really hate that I have to provide it like that, but this is the format of the box I'm using in here. This is the format of the box I'm using in here. I'm not sure if I like it, but that's what we're doing. Maybe I'm gonna call it A1, B1, B2. So I'm going to outline this like that. Okay. So V2F minimum between A1 and A2. So that gives me that. I'm actually thinking, how can I compress all of that? I feel like it's not going to be that compressible. It's not going to be that compressible, but that's fine, I guess. So let's say this is a minimum, like this, and a maximum. Like, so it defines these two parts in here. Defines these two parts, and then we can maybe just do something like this. So it's going to be B. So I feel like I need to simplify all of that stuff somehow, but for some reason my assumption about how all that works didn't work. P1, T2 should have also worked. So B1. Oh yeah, here it is. There's B1, T2. B1, T2. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Yeah, so I think now I understand why my assumptions about this formula was broken, because I associated R with the top, but R is actually the bottom, so that makes sense. What I'm also thinking, by the way, is that we need a less operation on vectors. We need this kind of operation on vectors. I want to be able to do this kind of shit on vectors, but I don't think linear algebra actually provides me that. So I'll have to do something like E2F less, where I provide... And this one is actually rather interesting. It's... Yeah, it's not going to work that way, unfortunately. But maybe that's fine. Because what I need to do in here... Then we do literally the same for the y's. How can I now turn that into a vector operation? How can I turn that into a vector operation? So we have all of the maxes less than all of the mins. We can... nested loop in here, I suppose. But in any case, I wanna maybe put like an OR in here, and then just negate that. So let me do it like that, and double check if it still works. Double check if it still works. Obviously it's not gonna compile, because now we need to turn that into 2 points. This one is going to be rather interesting. So XYWH is going to be XY, and that's the first one, and V to F to I is going to be something like that. But then this one, so I add this one and ZW, something like this. Alright, so we convert it like that. That's only the first one. So this one is going to be the second one, and that gives us the collision. So is it still going to work? That's the question. Yes, it does still work from all of this side. That is great. What I'm looking for is generalization of all of that stuff. So it means I can actually get rid of this. Can actually get rid of this. So min. So I'm obviously iterating that I can always do the following thing. I'm iterating this kind of thing. So array length A1, 2. It's just like, the problem with this current solution is that I can't scale this function by simply replacing v2f with v23, because I now need to add additional things in here, unfortunately, and I really don't like that. But if I were to add those additional things, how would it look like? Let me see. So these are the conditions. This is the conditions we're talking about. We can group them like that. So this is basically the axis. If you were to extend that to the 3 dimensions, you would just replace this y with z. So that's what you would do. That's what you would do. So that means we can turn that into something like this. We need to know the amount of dimensions, and here is the fun part. v2f, we can know the amount of dimensions because we know c. We can do array length, we can grab one of those things, right? So this is c, like that. And what that means is that I can grab that, right? And this is now ci. And we can have a result. So when we're accumulating the results through OR, so that means it has to be false in here, right? So it's kind of false. So OR, and then the result, or that. Furthermore, we could probably even do something like that. Result OR. Yeah. And we're sort of like accumulating this entire thing, and we just return results. So now we kind of are independent from the amount of dimensions, right? So I can now easily scale this thing to 3 dimensions by changing the vector. So, but I also feel like this is not, like, this one has to be not, by the way. This has to be not. But, here's the thing. We can turn that into and by using the Morgan law. Right. So we, look, right, you have a bunch of things like that. B, C less D, and you negate them. So you can actually get rid of this negation by inverting these things and saying, okay, this is and now, like this. And this is kind of profound, actually, in a sense that you get rid of this thing, so that means this thing is and this thing gets inverted, like this. But what's funny is that as soon as the result has to be true in here, as soon as the result becomes false, you kind of want to stop the whole loop and return false in here, which means that you can get rid of this entire thing, right? By default, you can just return true, and you can say, if not this thing, you return instantly false. Right? If not this thing, so you return instantly false. But then, this allows you to apply the De Morgan law yet again, returning this entire thing back. And by the way, you get rid of this entire stuff. So now I have a simple code that scales to any amount of dimensions. I think, if I didn't break anything. Isn't that cool? Look at that. This is actually super cool. Right, and it should also work with boxes theoretically, but damn, that's fucking awesome. Yeah. So if it goes through all of these conditions, it will just work. Okay, so let me see if it still works, right? So Valony, thank you so much for listen. Okay, still works. The motherfucker still works. The motherfucker still works. So, and essentially, now I can grab this shit, rename it to box collision, then replace v2f with 3f, and it still works. So the code is now fucking scalable. Right. I can scale it to any amount of dimensions. So I can scale it to any amount of dimensions. Alrighty. So is it? No, it's a geometry. Okay. So that's pretty cool. Rect collision. Rect. Geometry C, and let me see. Aha! Funny. Alright, let's put all of that shit in here. Okay. Not sure if I need this thing. Is that a useful function? So it feels like it's a useful function, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, but anyways. Okay, is it still going to work? It's still compilable? Yeah, boy. What I want to do now, let's find the player. Maybe there was a game main somewhere. Yeah, let's start with the game main. We're gonna go down. This is another player position. Guys. Player position. It's a player rotation, not player rotation. Horizontal velocity. Not really sure, but so there's a little bit of a velocity. So there's a little bit of a logic involved in updating the player's position. We can take a look at it, of course, but player position. Okay, that's fine. And also there is, this kind of information. So this is position, but also if you are in a fly mode, we are updating all of that stuff. So if you are, not in a fly mode, look at that, not in a fly mode. Do we change where do we use, we're attaching the player position. I guess that's the entirety of the code that is responsible for updating the player's position. What we can do, can I take v3f old player position, right? Old player position. We updated the position, updated the fucking position. Now, I want to take the player's box and go through all of them. You also have to, like, upset the player's box with the player position. In any case, we need to grab the player model. Alright, player model, asset, query model. Right, and it's a player. There we go, we have a player model. Within the player model, we already have box P1 and box P2. We already have that. How does he keep everything in his mind? What everything? Okay, so P1 and P2. We want to add v3f universe. I don't keep universe in my mind. That's for sure. That's the trick. So the trick to keeping everything in your mind, just fucking don't. Just don't fucking keep everything in your mind. Anyways, so we got that. So this is a P1 and P2, and in here v3f P1, P2. This is my P1 and P2. But this is only for the player, but now we need to go through all of the entities, find all of the barriers, and find any collision. Okay, so where do we have the entities? I think it's within the editor. Right, so within the editor we have entities. So DA for each, so entity, editor, entities. There we go. So we're specifically looking for entity barrier. If it is a barrier, right, I think it makes sense to mark it as a player P1, P2, right? So if it is a barrier, we need to grab its model. We also need to apply its scaling and positioning, and oh my god, but I don't want to do that. I think for that barrier that we set, we don't really apply any scaling, so it's totally fine. Okay. So entity, I feel like player model. Actually, this is not the old position though. It's a new position. Oh, and by the way, entity. Where is the entity? It does have its own position. Very fucking important. So what I'm thinking is that maybe I can copy paste this code and simply replace that. So we do have entity model, which is in the model asset. So we have to, so this code is going to be symmetrical to this code, surprisingly. So which is kind of interesting, isn't it? Thank you so much for all the subs. So Zamazingo 999, thank you, really appreciate that. Okay, so we asset query, so we put entity model assets. That's what we put in here. So that gives us entity model, and that allows us to do player entity. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. We got this kind of thing. So now here is the moment of truth. We need box-box collision. Okay? So this is a box-box collision. So we're checking if player P1 player P1, player P2, right? They intersect or they collide. So this one has to be entity. If they fucking collide, we instantaneously set the player's position to the old player's position and break out of this fucking loop. Yeah, that's basically the thing. So here, there is some sort of a player position update going on, right? You see what I'm saying? But we save the old player position. And here is the collision. We take in the player, take in the player's box, we go to all of the entities looking for the barriers, and we take the box of the barrier. If any of them collide upon new position, we backtrack to the old position. You see what's going on here, right? So roughly, that's kind of roughly the idea. Of course, it's all linear algorithms and shit, but we don't really have that many entities right now, so it should be fine. So this is a kind. What's next? Yeah, so all of that is a pointer stuff. So now, okay. All right. So as of right now, it's like look at the FPS. It's still 150 and stuff like that. So you can go through the walls and shit. You can go through the walls. But now here's the barrier. I can't go through the barrier. I can't go through it. And it feels a little bit weird, probably because the boundary box is not round. Yeah. But I feel like it has to slide around, so to speak. But here's the barrier. And here's another interesting thing. Oh shit, I got stuck. I got fucking stuck. Oh fuck, I forgot about the explosions, but anyway. So I feel like, yeah, there should be also, yeah, this kind of thing, I feel like, has to happen after we applied the gravity and shit. But this is literally where we applied the gravity, didn't we? What was that? Don't worry about it. Yeah, so there's no sliding. It is true. It is fucking true. So what I want to do, chat. I already streamed for 2 hours, so I'm a little bit tired. So I want to be able to stand on top of this motherfucker. I'm not sure why it does not stand. Where do we update position? So there is a player velocity. Player velocity is constructed. Okay, so here's the gravity. That is for sure. Or is it? No, it's not really. It's a player velocity y. And the player velocity y. This is kind of... Ah, I see. So essentially we have just a accumulated sort of like a thing here. So then we update this entire thing a little bit. And well, another interesting thing we can do in here is probably I feel like when we have a collision, we also should set the player velocity to y to 0. So, but it's kind of a, yeah, it's kind of a hackish. It doesn't really stand. But I'm not sure if... I want to be able to see this box. I want to be able to see this box to actually properly debug it. But I can't see this box. How can I display that? Yeah, I'm already tired, chat. I'm already tired. But I mean, I kind of managed to do the thing. So wireframe. Well, I mean, all of these things is just like their own sessions, separate sessions. Almost there. No, we're not even close to where we need to be. I already spent like 2 hours on this thing, and I didn't plan to spend more than 2 hours, so I need to think how I'm going to proceed. Yeah, I guess I'm going to finish the session for today. We achieved some sort of like a collision, so that's basically what we managed to achieve, but it's actually more work than I expected for today's session. Maybe I'm gonna do the second session on the second day, but I don't feel like doing that. I just don't want to do that. I really wanted to just finish this thing within a single session, but apparently, nah. There's a little bit of collision. Alright, so I'll think how to proceed. Is that code on Git? Yes, I'm using Git, but it's not public. So that question clearly implies you have no idea what the fuck is Git So anyways, I guess that's it for today. Thanks everyone who's watching me right now. See you on the next session. As fucking usual. So yeah, bye. Alright, this is the next day, and let's continue working on the collision stuff. By the way, so I remember somebody in the chat yesterday said that my problems with debugger might be caused by follow fork mode child that I had to enable specifically for Chibik, right? So when we were looking into the Chibik compiler, I couldn't debug it because it was forking itself, furiously forking itself, so I had to enable a special option to actually make it work. So it might be because of that. We may want to check that, by the way. We may want to check that. So if I, for instance, okay, let's try to reproduce that problem. If I do something like this, let's double check that I do have any breakpoints in the code. Okay, so as of right now, I removed all of the breakpoints. I'm gonna go into game initialization hook, right? And I'm gonna put a breakpoint in here. So here's the breakpoint. And if I try to do nob run debug gf2, it should not work. It should not work as of right now. So, and it doesn't fucking work. Let's go into this stuff and let's disable it and let's run it one more time. And it is working. So yeah, it was that. Thank you, kind stranger, for telling me. So I have no idea what that option, by the way, means, even follow fork mode, and why, if the application doesn't fork itself, it doesn't work anymore. Why? Okay, so why is this option exist? Can GDB just do the right thing? Can GDB just work? Like, why does it have to be some sort of option, and why it's mutually exclusive when the application doesn't do the thing? And it's just like, can you fucking work? Or am I missing something? I don't fucking understand. Maybe I am missing something. Maybe I am stupid. But anyways, nice to know. Nice to know. Anyways. So what I wanted to do, by the way, yesterday, what I wanted to do is essentially see the boundaries, right? So we introduced the bounding box and we did some sort of a collision. As you can see, I cannot penetrate myself. I'm furiously trying to penetrate myself, but I can't. There is some sort of a protection going on here, but I don't know the boundaries of that protection. And I wanted to draw some sort of a box around this entire thing, and people suggested to use wireframes. Wireframes with this render are kind of painful, but we can try to do the same trick I use in editor, right? As you can see, in editor, I created this sort of like a gizmos, right? So they can drag around and stuff like that. And what I was thinking is that since it's a box, I can take for 8 points, 8 corners of the box, and put this sort of like a gizmos on those corners, and at least I could estimate the dimensions of the box. So that's one thing we could do. Let's fucking go. Meine Freunde, fucking go. Gizmo. Where is the gizmo, blad? So here is the gizmo. And how do I even fucking draw that shit? So first of all, I get a point. I think I get a point in the 3D. In the 3D, I apply all of the camera transformations on the point. Yeah, there's some sort of a distance clipping in here or whatnot. And so then I take that point and I project the 3D to 2D, then 2D to the screen. If you saw my 3D video, you probably know what the fuck all of that means. And there you go, I get a point on the screen. I can check whether that point is inside of the screen or outside of the screen. And that's basically how you can render this entire shit. So we can try to do something like that. It would be kind of great to maybe factor this entire shit out into a separate function so it is reusable, but I'm not 100% sure how to do that properly, so we'll have to think. But anyways, so all of that stuff is, so the gizmo is rendered, I suppose, I presume, outside of the renderer. Yeah, so there you go, here is the renderer, and we are rendering this thing completely outside of that stuff, which means that we have to have a separate loop somewhere in a game main. So again, the subs, let me take a look at the subs. Thank you so much, Science Sick, I hope I pronounced your nickname correctly, without any message, but tier 1 subscription. And Bobby, thank you so much for Twitch Prime, thank you. No messages so far, right, so. But anyways, okay, so game main, so here is the renderings. No, this is not the rendering, we're just preparing everything. So here's the rendering of the scene. Okay, so game display, render the scene, and there we go. So we're rendering the level, we're rendering the player, and so on and so forth. And maybe somewhere here, we should probably go to all of the entities, find all of the barriers, and for all of the barriers, we should render those sort of like a gizmos and on the corners and stuff like that. Let's fucking go. So for each entity, editor, entities. By the way, so there's something interesting about for each. I think I already talked about it, but in for each you have to specify the type of the thing, right? And the reason why you have to specify the type is because I want you to actually make this entire shit portable. Okay, we got some sub. Thank you so much, Oliver Vick, for tier 1 with the message. Would axis aligned bounding box work for this kind of collision? Maybe it would, and in fact, that's exactly the kind of collision we are doing right now. So I would say we're in the middle of figuring that out, right? So we'll see. So As of right now, each model has AABB associated with it. We're just trying to display it and see how it goes, how it works, and how we can fix the bugs that we have. So I guess we're gonna answer it shortly. So anyways, so in a DA for each, you have to provide the type and stuff like that and blah blah blah. And in ht.h, there's a for each. You don't have to do that because we're making use of type of. And this is a very interesting thing. I think I was suggested. Somebody suggested me to also use type of in here, but I didn't want to use type of because it felt like it's not portable. Right, so because type of, it's not standardized. Well, in C23 it is standardized, but the problem with C23, it's like a separate language, right? So I remember somebody said that C23 even have backward incompatible changes, so effectively it's a separate language. So now we have 3 languages: C before C23, C23, and C++, right? So but anyway, that's beside the point. So the type of is not standardized, at least before C23, and I thought because of that it's not particularly portable, it's better not to use that. But as I was implementing ht.h, right, I realized a very funny thing, that it is insanely portable actually, right? So there is even a note in here regarding that. So the library makes use of type of, which is not standard, at least before C23. But what we found out during the development is that it's supported by pretty much all the relevant C compilers. We checked GCC, Clang, MSVC, Chibik, and TCC. And if your compilers support that, you can't use this library, blah blah blah. But it's like, this is basically like, yeah, honestly, GCC, Clang, MSVC are the compilers that everybody uses. Like, does anybody use actively any other compilers? Maybe like something like Intel, right? But I feel like for Intel, having a support of type of is not that big of a deal. In fact, the thing about type of, and the reason why it is supported in all these compilers is that because it's very easy to implement. Have you thought about that? Type of is insanely easy to implement. Size of is already doing what type of doing, doesn't it? Right, because to figure out the size of expression or a type, you need to know the type of an expression. So if you put an expression in here, right, the first thing the compiler must do is to figure out the type of this expression. And as soon as it figures out the type of this expression, it can tell you the size. Type of is easier to implement than size of because it requires less steps. So type of is half of size of. Because it's so easy to implement, it's already implemented, so it's very cheap for the compilers to just support type of. Right, it's just like they can just support that because they already do that anyway. So and it's insanely portable, so when I came to a conclusion that maybe it is fine to use it. It's kind of like a Pragma once. Do you guys know what it is? It's like a inclusion guards, which I still do manually, right? But it's not standard, but it's supported literally by every single compiler, so it is portable in that regard. Pragma balls! Ah, got him! Anyways. So what are we doing? What are we doing, chat? What are we doing? So I'm iterating this entire scheisse, and I'm looking specifically for the kind entity barrier. So, alright, so this is the barrier, and within the entity barrier, we have to grab its model. Right, so I wonder if I can... Maybe we can have some sort of... Okay, we already have tags, but I feel like these tags are not refreshed. They're not really fresh enough. So let me maybe find... Are we back? Something is weird going on. We should be back, by the way, I think. The stream just went down. I'm sorry about that. So, Y Software, thank you so much for the sub with a message back to back. I have no idea. VPN? No, I'm not using VPN right now. So, no VPN. It's just like a pure KGB influence. So, I don't fucking know. But yeah. So we should be back, I suppose. Ad hit me when it happened. Well, saved by an ad. Anyways, how can you exclude a directory from find? Does anybody fucking know? So exclude, alright, directory. So maybe we should ask a Clanka. Maybe we should wanka Clanka. Alright, so I'm gonna show you my epic prompting skills. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking clanker, and just give me a single command to copy paste, for fuck's sake. Alright, okay, so the next message is going to be how to exclude a directory from the find search. Okay, let me put it this way. I'm gonna do something like that. I have the following command, right? How to exclude the tasks folder from searching. Okay. There we go, prune. This is how you talk to clankers. You see, it's like it immediately becomes pleasant. Immediately becomes pleasant. Not over explaining anything like that. Like this simple trick. Honestly, I should start a course on vibe coding or something like that. So I think I have a pretty good prompting skills. So path and prune, single command. Okay, so and even that is a little bit over explaining. So path, task, prune. Oh, and or, if I remember correctly, it's like or. Okay, so let's give it a try. So maybe that's gonna be the thing. And there you go. So we found everything in here. So now I should be able to feed all of that into e tags, and there you go. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Klanka. Smiley face. Don't even respond to that. Fuck you. So what do we have? Yeah. So what I want you to do, I want you to actually grab the tags. Yeah. Grab the tags, and there you go. So here is the model asset. So we're going to do entity model asset, right? And so asset query model, right? So we're creating the model, and that should give us entity model, I suppose. I think I already done that before. I have a strange feeling that I already done that before. Yeah, there we go. So this is basically how we do that. So here is the P1 and P2 and so on and so forth. So I'm starting to repeat that specific pattern over and over again, which is kind of interesting. So in the other place, yeah, this is where we do that. Oh, and there's this thing. Yeah. So as you can see, this is a duplicate code, right? So we're starting to duplicate some kind of a code when we iterate and this kind of stuff. And honestly, like searching specifically for barriers should be a little bit faster, right? So as of right now, I'm using all of these linear operations and stuff like that. So yeah. In any case, so this is like P1 and P2. It gives you only 2 points, but you have to generate 8 of them, essentially. You have to generate 8 of them. And as far as I know, P1 and P2 are kind of guaranteed to be like P1 is supposed to be minimum and P2 is supposed to be maximum. It all kind of depends on like how exactly we build them in here. So it's going to be P1, there you go. So we'll always use a minimum for P1 and maximum for P2. So got some subs, I missed it. So Ranthos, thank you so much for Twitch Prime, thank you. Really appreciate that, my friend, I really appreciate that. Don't get any fucking money from that, but I appreciate your gesture, right? So that just indicates to me that you like what I do, and it makes me feel good. I'm still starving, I'm still dying from hunger because I have no money, but I at least feel good about people liking what I do. So it's actually fine, I'm joking, I'm not dying from starvation. Everything's fine. So anyways, where I was, I think I was rendering the scene, right? Yeah, so it was somewhere in the game. Here it is. So in a gizmo, somewhere here, gizmo, this is what we have to do, right? So that's the operations that we'll need in here. So for now, I'm gonna just copy paste this entire shit, right? And just like, you know, comment it out. Comment it out. So how can I generate like 8 points out of this entire shite, my friend? How can I do that? I suppose I'll probably have to, if you think about it, like you have 2 points that denote a box. You can basically have like a 3D loop which iterates x's, not really x's, but yeah, maybe like x's, y's, and z's, and just adds additional thing to this. It's kind of interesting. So you can just iterate a cube, right? So you can go ahead and iterate a cube in the sense that here's the x, right, and x less than 2, right? So this is the x-axis, then you're iterating y-axis, this is the y-axis, and then you're iterating z-axis, right? So, and that way, you have something like that. And essentially, right, you have 3D loop 2 by 2 by 2 is exactly 8, and that loop kind of already automatically generates you 8 points. You can even put that into a separate program all its own, right? You can even put that into a separate program all its own, something like that. And you can even print all of these stinky points. Can't you? You can even print all of these stinky points. So the print that, so and then it's just gonna be D, like that, X, Y, Z. X, Y, Z. So foo.c, and I'll just run this entire shit, 8 out, boom, there you go, we generated 8 points. So this is just basically a cube, effectively. It's basically a cube. And you can even go ahead and maybe, yeah, maybe just use that as an interpolator from one point to another one. Do I even have a lerp in the LA? Does anybody know? Only I know because I wrote this library. So something like 3F, lerp. I do have lerp, would you look at that? And it's even 3D lerp, so T is 3D, what the fuck? That's very, well, oh my god, that makes a lot of fucking sense, doesn't it? So that makes it so much fucking easier. Oh shit, that's so fucking cool. So let me show you what I mean here. So if I include la.h, right, so obviously la implementation, and I kind of have like a 2 points in here, right? So 3f, so this is p1, so 3f is going to be 0, 0, 0, and then p2 is going to be 1, 1, 1, and I kind of can now do v3f lerp, and I'm lerping from p1 to p2 using this stuff as the interpolators, but I can just right away use f in here, right? And that effectively gives me the p, right? And I can go ahead and just print all of these scheiße effectively. So it has to be v3f fmt. So, and in here I can do v3f arg. So p, and I can just fucking run this entire shit. It doesn't have anything third party, nakravati. And then, all right, look at that. And it kind of generates me all of these points in here, right? So, and it literally interpolates them, right? So you can have like 1, 2, 3, and this one has to be bigger, so it has to be 4, like 5, 6, I suppose. Does that define some sort of like a box? I'm not even sure, but it kind of does, right? So look at that, like it gives you all of the possible combinations, and that's kind of cool, isn't it? Isn't it? Привет, товарищ Цодин, как ваши дела? I'm sorry, I don't speak Serbian. I don't speak Serbian. All right, so do we have F? I don't think we had F in here. Not F. Okay. So that's cool. So, and I think this is how we can do that, right? Like, the more I use LA, which is the linear algebra library that I basically generated, the more I realized how fucking convenient it is. Like, it's really freaking convenient. So you can find it in here if you are interested. Yeah. So that's some pull requests. Interesting thing about, by the way, hash table library that I released recently is that nobody submits any issues or pull requests to it. Look at that. Not a single issue, not a single, well, it's a wrong one. Wait a second. So it's ht.h. Yeah. Nobody submits any issues and pull requests. And it's kind of weird because like every time usually I release a new thing, there's a shit ton of like pull requests and shit posts, and like nobody submits that. But the funny thing is that like this is like a very minimal repo, because it's already perfect. Well, there were some bugs that I had to fix recently, so this was not that perfect. So there was additional release in here that was like fixing some stuff, but apart from that, maybe because it's too obscure for people to modify. Yeah, so look at this code. It's not even that bad, right? So people said that the code is scary, but it doesn't even use that much of the macro magic. So the macro magic is actually a very thin layer on top. Well, the clit is probably the scariest thing in here, right? So, but apart from that, it's all non-macro code. Majority of the code in here is actually non-macro. And I actually specifically designed it so there's a very minimal amount of macros in here. It was really important for me. But yeah, anyway, it's kind of weird. But obviously, like after I said that, some people will go ahead and make some issues and pull requests, but you know, just, you know, generally, without mentioning it explicitly, it was kind of weird. Nobody was like really reporting anything. I don't really know what to make of that. So clit is literal. Yeah, clit stands for compound literal, so that's what it is. What's up, everyone? Hello, hello. Compound literal. It's a special pattern in C. So, and since I talked about this one, look at my libraries, right? So all of my libraries are just like few letters: LA, HT, nob. It's kind of fun. It's actually kind of fun. But anyway, I think this approach is actually kind of good for what I'm trying to achieve in here, right? So basically generate all of the points, point, and essentially, yeah. So it's a P1, P2, but it's more like an entity P1 and entity P2. P1. Yeah. Now, what we want to do, we want to apply the camera transformations on this entire thing, right? So that applies the camera transformations. So we also have a little bit of a distance checking in here, and I'm not really sure if I give a fuck about it, so I think I don't give a fuck about it. So then I'm projecting 3D to 2D, right? And then I'm projecting 2D to the screen, right? So I'm doing that. And here I'm kind of destructurizing this point into the integers because the pixel coordinates are all in integer, right? So, and if something, if the point is outside of the screen, I suppose there's no point in even supporting that, so I can put continuing here, and there you go. So here's the X and Y on the screen where I want to put some markers, right? So that's basically how we achieve all of that. And how can we put some markers? We can go into the overlay and just find the field react. So, and here what we do is just like X and Y and maybe 10, 10. Right, you can subtract 5 or something like that. So color in here, let's actually say that the color is going to be red. And that's basically it. So that should just give me the boundary for specific areas. Sounds good. Good job. Let's go. Yeah. So I'm gonna do knob run. All right. Boom. So, and that is fascinating. Okay. So it's kind of mirroring. It's really fun. That's why there was checking for the distance, right? So there's no clipping in here. I should have actually done some clipping. But this is actually a pretty reasonable display of the boundary box, I think. This is actually good, I think. Like anaerobically good. So anyway, though there is something interesting. So as I'm rotating myself, my boundary box should be also rotating, I think. And I feel like this is not what's going on in here. I feel like this is definitely not what's going on in here, so yeah. But anyways. So what was the max difference? Somewhere in a gizmo? Yeah, so let me see. Yeah, so after we applied the render distance, we probably want to do something like, if the Z is less than 0, just continue, just literally ignore that specific point, and that mirroring is actually going to go away, I think. That mirroring is going to go away, right? As you can see, so there's no mirroring anymore. Like now we have clipping. Right? That's pretty cool. And we can try to maybe even do this kind of thing for the player as well. So what we can do now, by the way, is factor it out to a separate function. So let me put something like that. I'm not really sure how to call that, but I'm definitely going to accept model, right? And somewhere in here, so this is an entity model and stuff like that. We take P1 and P2. So P1 and P2. And this is full. We call to full in here. Let's put that stuff in here, like so. So this is the model. We also take the position and stuff like that. So we're modifying the position. So that also means that I probably have to take the position like that, all right? So let's go to the composition now, so that should be kind of fine. All right, so this is just a model, right? So what's the next thing? This is le position, and the next thing is what? All right, so this is an entity model, and then within the entity, we take the position, and we just render all of that boundary box. So, okay. Oh, shit. Where did I have this printing? So, it is printing that shit over and over again. Let me actually find it. FMT. There you go. Yeah. I forgot to remove this printing, so we should have not printed that. That's kind of stupid. That's definitely kind of stupid. All right, so that's kind of working. So, which also means, by the way, this function is reusable for like any model. So, model boundary box. Let's call it something like that. Model boundary box. So, and when I'm rendering the player, not when I'm rendering the player, I can do this stuff in here. So position. Okay, so a render player, right? Render player. We take the player position, the player model, and we place the model and stuff like that. So there's also, yeah, we're taking into account, subtracting. But all of that is needed for placing a model, so I don't think we have to do it like that in here. So here's the player position, player model, and we can just take that and query the player model. So here is the player model and the player position. So put it like that. All right, so that should give me the boundary box. And I can already predict that, yeah. Oh yeah, I see. So that's probably why we have to do position Y, right? So this is going to be player position. Kind of weird. Why do I have to do that? It's kind of with old code. All right. So in player position, Y minus player height. So it takes into account player height. So this is a player position. Player position. All right. So let me see. Yeah, it's kind of like that. And as you can see, it doesn't rotate. This entire thing kind of doesn't rotate properly. And because of that, all of that is colliding well enough, right? And the only problem is that I can't stand on this thing, so the collision is not handled properly. All right, so all of that kind of makes sense. But for the player, I think the bounding box has to be a sphere instead of the AABB. So the barriers are going to be AABB, but the player is going to be sphere. I think it's going to be easier to handle with that because I don't have to worry about the rotation of the sphere. Also, it would be interesting to generate a sphere with these kind of markers, You know what I'm saying? How can you generate a sphere? I suppose, can you generate a sphere by generating consequently just circles one by one? So can you generate a sphere like as slices, right? So essentially you go in a diameter of the sphere from bottom to the top, and on each layer you just kind of generate a slice of the circle. So we can probably try to do something like that. As far as I know, there's a formula for a sphere. Maybe, but I feel like you can just generate the thing. Just export it from a Blender. Well, I can do that, but like that means I have to kind of scale and update it and stuff like that, and I just don't feel like doing it. It would be kind of cool if I could just generate it from scratch, and on top of that, I'm not generating a mesh, I'm generating dots. You know what I'm saying? I'm generating dots. On the other hand, I can just generate the vertices. Why am I reteaching? So, something like that, something like that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What's gonna be the next thing? What's gonna be the next thing? I wanted to fix that I can't stand on the barrier, right? I want to kind of fix that. So game update. So here's the game update. And where do we do the barrier? Barrier. Barrier. Entity barrier. So this is where we're rendering all that stuff. This is the rendering. And is that the checking for the collision? It probably is. It probably in fact is. So yeah. So we're updating the velocity. So then we're doing the rotation of the player and some other stuff. And we take the alt player position. And then we're updating the velocity. Right, so there's also fly mode in here, but I suppose it's irrelevant in here as of right now. So fly mode, let me actually see. What do we do in the fly mode? So if I go in the fly mode, I can just like fly around. Not really sure. I suppose in the fly mode there should be no collision at all. I think it makes sense to have no collision in the fly mode. It's a no clip mode. That's how it's called in the, like source engines and stuff like that. So this thing probably should be actually changing its size depending on the distance, right? Like in here, as you can see, these specific gizmos there changing their sizes depending on the distance. But anyways, so I'm thinking, how do I want to approach this entire stuff? Maybe instead of the whole old player position, new player position, what I should do is actually check these positions by components, if that makes any sense. I think I need to check them by components. It would be kind of nice to factor out this function, this piece of code, into a separate function. So which answers the question, is the player hitting anything? Let's go ahead and try to do that. Is player colliding with anything? So we're going to be calling this function in here. Let's define this function somewhere here. Static boolean is player colliding with anything, and this function basically goes here, and it should answer to us whether the player is colliding with anything. So, and let's go to the questionnaires and see how it's going to go. Right, so in case we're not going to be updating the position, I feel like, right? So if the collision has been detected, what we have to do, we have to just return true, right? And then here just return false. So I think that's kind of fair to do this kind of thing. So is the player colliding with anything? But here's the thing, it should do that not from the current player position, but from some sort of a new player position, right? So because we're kind of like probing different dimension, different direction the player can go to. So this is going to be the player position. And here I'm going to replace player dot position with just the player position. Maybe it would be even better to call this entire thing not really player position, but like a new player position. Right? So this is a new player position. We're probing it. Okay, so this is entities, and we go through all of these barriers and stuff like that, and everything's fine, more or less. Okay, so, and in here, right, so we are updating this stuff. We are updating the position, but I feel like this is not how we should be updating it. So let me think. There should be like a new position. It's a new X, where we take this is kind of interesting. So the player position, player velocity is already multiplied by delta time, so it should be fine. So player position X plus player velocity X. Okay, and here what I want to do is v3f player position, actually new X, player position Y, player position position Z, right? So that's kind of the new position where we're probing in that specific direction. And if something is colliding, right? If something is colliding, I suppose we are just not moving in that specific direction, and we're kind of usually, like when I do colliding with the walls and stuff like that, I would bounce off of that. But here, one thing we can do, we can effectively just not update it, right? So if it's not colliding, we can say, okay, so the player position X is equal to the new position here. All right, so thank you so much, Steel Fletch, for this sub. Thank you, without any message, but I suppose that's your first sub. So no message is really required in here. All right, so what else do we have in here? And yeah, now let me go through this entire thing. So this is Y, something like that. Would be kind of cool to, you know, simplify that, like to turn that into like a 3D loop. Not 3D loop, but a loop that iterates through 3 components. But yeah, so this one is going to be, what I'm thinking about is just like, okay, so if I kind of wrap it around, so this is kind of what I want to achieve in here. But what would be better is to do array length, player position. Where did you fucking go here? Player position C, like that, plus I. And so I think I need to make some break. Something I've been feeling really dizzy lately. I'm not really sure what's going on with me, but yeah. So let's make some break. I'm gonna make a cup of tea and we're gonna begin. We are back. So on the break, the viewer suggested me that I probably have to subtract the height of the player when I'm actually comparing the, you know, the boxes and stuff like that. But I already removed, didn't I already remove the code? I already removed all of the code for doing that. So let me try to bring the code back, and we can actually like check that hypothesis, because it's kind of interesting, and because it makes sense. So I'll have to go back in history quite far. So here's that, and here is the code for the collision. Right, I'm removing all of that stuff. Right, so then we're gonna bring my monitor guide for a second. Just a second. Okay, so here is the code, and there we go. All right, so let me try to recompile this entire thing and just go there. Okay, so if I jump on top, it just kind of penetrates through that. But this is because we are offsetting the boundary of the player, right? So render scene, where's the function? So we're offsetting the boundary of the player. So if I don't offset the boundary of the player, right, what's going to happen? Right, so as you can see, it's like far away in here, and it's kind of exactly how you would, yeah, it's kind of funny. It is actually kind of funny. Alright, so we're offsetting that, and when we're due, again, where's the game date, and so where should the battery here? Man, my monitor fucking sucks. Okay, so here is the player, old position of the player, so player box, blah blah blah, and yeah, so I don't know what's up with all of the like player height and everything. Why did I do it like that? I think it's fine. Alright, anyways. What we have to do is maybe construct the following thing. So we already have a player position, so this is a player position. Yes, it's an old player position, right? Old player position. V3F, player position, and this is just a player position like that. Alright, and then player position Y minus player height. Was it the subtraction of the player height, right? I think it was. Yeah. So then we're just using this one for checking and stuff like that. Can I just replace this thing? Alright, and yeah, so now physically everything's kind of okay, but now, okay, I can stand them. Can't move around, but that's besides the point. Okay, so that kind of fixes it, actually, right? That's exactly what I wanted to do. It kind of fixes it, but it also kills the entirety of the velocity, which is not ideal in my opinion, right? It is really not ideal, but at least it's exactly what I want. Okay, absolute budgeting. Thank you so much, Mark. All right, so let's try to do the thing where you should be able to slide along the barrier and stuff like that. So we should try to do that. Okay, so that means I need to now factor out this entire thing into a separate function yet again, right? So I'll go back to factoring out all of that stuff. So is player colliding with anything? So that's the function. So let's go back, and this is a static boolean is player colliding with anything, and we put the snap in here, and here we have to do new player position. Oh my god. I'm fine. Okay, so I'm pushing through, everything's gonna be fine. So this is a new player position. Oh boy. Okay, so here we're not really updating anything. So our goal is to essentially just answer the question whether we're colliding with anything. So are we colliding with anything? And here we're not colliding with anything. We just iterated through the barriers and stuff like that. Again, a lot of linear operations and everything, but we can improve that later. Okay. Just a second. Okay. So let's go to the rest of the stuff. So new player position, what are you complaining about? It's unused stuff. All right, so what that means is that I can actually do that right away like that. So player position Y, player height. So that's the player height. Why is the player height? It's 1. It's weird. Why am I doing that like that? But anyway, so we're gonna put it like that, and so some sort of a, like leftovers from the old code. Okay, so this is that. So now it is complaining about this thing. Okay, so what I want to do, I just want to update the velocity at sort of like a different positions and everything. Not updating it right away. We don't even need the old position or anything. So let's iterate through each individual component in here. So it's going to be array length, player position, player's position C. So we're iterating all of the components. And for a specific component, right, so we're taking CI and we're just creating like a new component in here. So plus the corresponding velocity. So we're taking the player velocity, CI, and we're updating this entire thing. All right, that's pretty cool. So we need to create a copy of the position. Right, how can I create a copy of the position? So maybe something like new player position. I'm just taking this position where within the new player position, I'm replacing that component with that. Which also means that maybe I can inline the whole thing in here. Right, so maybe I don't need an intermediate variable in here, I can just inline it in here. I'm saving this as a new position, setting this new component, and now I can check, is the player colliding at that new position with anything? And if the player is not colliding with anything, the current player's position becomes the new position. This is a very elegant solution, honestly. I kind of like it. I kind of really like it. So the only thing we probably want to check is that we want to statically assert that the amount of components, right, so array len position that is equal to the amount of components of the velocity. So that's kind of, it could be checked at compile time. And that's exactly what we're doing here. I think it's kind of important to check this specific thing. But apart from that, that's literally what we're doing, right? So if one component collides, but another one doesn't collide, it's not going to cause any problems in here. Right, okay. So let me try to see. Okay, so there's some warnings in here. Yeah, I can put some, I need to put some sort of a message, I think. So what kind of message can I put in here? Player position and player velocity should have the same dimensions. Is that how you spell dimensions? Is that an S or is that a T? English. Can you be consistent, please? Can you be consistent, please? Alright, so what do we have in here? Yeah, now we're sliding. Now we're fucking sliding, look at that. And now if I go on top, I can even slide back and forth. This is great, honestly. I absolutely love that. Yeah, that's absolutely fucking great. It's like a little bit weird, so I can't really jump off of that for some freaking reason. Yeah, so it takes a little bit of a time to overcome some of the forces, but that is great, honestly. That is absolutely great. I wonder if, okay, one thing we can do is that otherwise, if they are in fact intersecting, maybe we can nuke the velocity, a specific velocity, but velocity is kind of constructed. So maybe the y is, oh, I think I know what the fuck is going on. Right, so because as I'm standing, the velocity, the vertical velocity is not getting nuked. Look at that. Yeah, so if you're not flying, and you reach in the floor, your velocity y becomes 0. But we don't do this kind of stuff in here. As you're standing, your velocity keeps increasing, and at some point you can't jump anymore. That's why you can't jump while you're standing on this entire thing. So the thing we need to do in here is that if something is not colliding and I is actually the y, which is 0, 1, right, so you kind of nuke the player velocity y. It's kind of a hack, right, but that will actually make it possible to jump on this entire stuff. Right, so let me see, so I'm gonna place on that, and now I can jump over that. What's funny is that I can actually make every single block in here a barrier. So nothing really prevents me now from making everything a barrier. So maybe every single static object could become a barrier. Let's give it a try. I think it's kind of an interesting thing to do, but I feel like it's gonna make the game super slow. Right, so because now we're gonna be checking. Well, I mean, we're already iterating every object anyway. We're already iterating every object, and I think, right, so we have 745 objects in a scene, and it's not that difficult for the modern computer to iterate, so maybe that's fine. Right, so let's try to get rid of the barrier entity. Right, let's get rid of the barrier entity. I think it's gonna be interesting. So let's get rid of that. What else do we have? If something is a barrier, okay, so this is going to be things. Alright, so this is only for the static objects, right? Instead of the barriers, we're just considering static objects. And this is a static. So items are, you know, you can penetrate through them. And yeah, so in here, and yeah, so everything is blocked. And now, as you can see, I can't get through these things. So finally, these barriers. Okay, so this one is funny. Right. Okay, we need to get rid of these boundaries. Just a second. Model boundary box or whatever. Can I just return out of this thing? So this is the easiest thing to do right now. Yeah, so these pillars are funny in the sense that the pillars are literally cubes. They're literally cubes, and the way we construct them, we actually stretch them. So there is a scaling transformation, which is not applied to the boundary box, and I think it should. We should also apply that, but here is the interesting things. So this is the benches, this is the trees, none of that is penetrable. None of that is penetrable, so I've just got a collision system which is okay. I was trying to make something super complicated with... This is already okay, I can already start making map with that. Kind of. That's reasonable. Like I can improve, make it more sophisticated later, but for now, just to make like a basic game loop, that's already enough. Like I only need to fix the collision with the pillars, but I don't need a voxel system or any, at least for now, right? So at least for now, so that is reasonable. What the fuck? I was just slopping some, 80-20 solution, yeah, so 80-20. I just slopped some stuff to test how my collision code works, and I just realized that's good enough, right? So for now, like I can just use that. So yeah, so here, okay, so here's the thing, okay, so there's an unknown entity in here, okay, static. Okay, so this is static now. So I have a hack for the floor, right? So I have a checking for the floor, and where is it? So game main or whatever. Yeah, so here's the for the floor, and I can just disable that, so which means the player may now fall into the void, but it won't, because all of these things are barriers. So now it is literally possible, let's actually find something like that, to fall into the void. Holy shit! Oh. And there's no, by the way, there's no condition to die if you fall, you know, deep enough. You will go forever. I think one thing you can do, you can load. Yeah, so you can basically reload, but apart from that, so it's literally you're standing, there's no hack to keep you on the floor, right? It's all through the barriers. It's all through the barriers. And now I can't reach that teapot. Like I can't, technically I can actually reach it, chat. I think I can reach that teapot. You know how? I can infinitely double jump. I can just infinitely double jump, and I can try to reach that teapot and land on it. Yeah, I can land on it. That's so cool. I really like that. So yeah, but it's I mean it's a box. You see, it's kind of a box. It would be kind of cool to like for them to do a proper collision, but I feel like it's kind of complicated, right? So on the level of meshes, would be kind of cool. But yeah. Okay. Oh wait, I have a fly mode. I forgot that I have a fly mode. So when I'm flying around, it doesn't let me creep through when I'm flying. So man, I love that. That's so cool. All right. So, and Yeah, that's pretty cool. So we don't need that stuff anymore. So the floor height, is the floor height even needed? So I even, yeah, so if I comment out floor height, and let me go here and uncomment that. So here's the floor height. So how many places get broken? Okay, so that place gets broken. We don't need that. So it's a floor, yeah, so it's that. And other places. Alright, so the floor height is literally not used anywhere, and I have an issue related to floor height being like a weird value, but since there's no floor height anymore, I can literally just close an issue now. Okay. So like it felt weird that the floor height is 1 instead of 0, but it was kind of you know, tedious to figure out how to make it like better. I think it was something between interaction with player height and stuff like that, and it's just like I created an issue and forgot about it. Yeah, so there's no floor, no problem, right? So why care about this kind of stuff? Maybe I can fix the player height. Yeah, exactly. So I just had like, it probably comes from the times when yeah, when player, I don't know where it comes from, right? It's just like kind of like leftovers from experimentations and stuff like that. So anyways, and I think it makes sense to maybe you know, specify where all of that came from. All right, so collision barriers. Okay, where is that thing? There's no after this issue. Yeah, so it is closed now. Great, I closed an issue. So yeah. So I remove that and everything is great. So in terms of the player height, in how many places I use player height? So I always subtract it, right? But what if I don't? Yeah, wait a second. Let me... this isn't how I do that. Alright, so what if I don't subtract it anymore? Alright. So is it going to just work? I feel like it's... It feels weird. Yeah. At least in terms of... Yeah, let's not do that yet. So I'm gonna keep the player height for now. I think it has something to do with the camera, right? So the camera kind of needs it. Yeah, so I think the camera now looks at the feet of the player instead of the tip of the head, right? So now it looks straight at the head. And I suppose, yeah, that was the kind of the point of it. Just after the camera. Yeah, so just after the camera. I mean, that's fine. It's fine for now. It's kind of cool. Do I need anything else? Okay. Oh, chat. Fuck. I can do now shit that I always wanted to do. Look. Okay. I fucking have a platformer, chat. I have a fucking platformer. Holy fuck. This is the legit game. I'm starting to have a fucking legit game. This is so cool. Alright, so I can just move some things around. Yo. Fucking yo. Just a second. So how do I duplicate? I think, yeah, so this have a... Okay, what you to do? Oh, chat! Fuck! I can do now shit that I always wanted to do. Look. Okay. I fucking have a platformer, chat. I have a fucking platformer. Holy fuck. This is the legit game. I'm starting to have a fucking legit game. This is so cool. Alright, so I can just move some things around. Yo. Fucking yo. Just a second. So how do I duplicate? I think, yeah, so this is how I duplicate. And it's just like, you can have like now I can have like a complex scenes and stuff like that, and just puzzles and everything. And I can now fall. Can I fall? I feel like, oh, yeah, so you can even fall through all of that. Yeah, I'm in fly mode. But yeah, so you can kind of make it behave differently. I didn't expect that the collision system is going to be that simple, right? So yeah, the bounding blocks are kind of like, you have to fit kind of perfectly. But anyway, let's just restart. All right, cool. How hard will it be to make them move? Shouldn't be that hard, right? So you already know what you're colliding with, right? So is player colliding with anything? Right, so you know exactly the entity you're colliding with. You can return an index, and you can update position in that direction. You can just try to do that. But like, I can try to implement it right now, but that means I'm gonna be pushing all of the static entities. So that means if I'm standing on something, I'm going to be pushing that as well. So we probably want to introduce a notion of a pushable, so to speak. So let's introduce a new kind. So item pushable. You know what I'm saying? Something like pushable. Right, and then here is going to be... so something is wrong. Pushable. Pushable. So let's introduce a new kind. So this is another one. So pushable is static, right? So pushable like that. They're rendered in a similar way. All right, that's cool. So now when I'm colliding with anything, so what I can do, I can return a pointer to the entity, which is kind of a dangerous thing because if you create a new entity, that pointer can get invalidated, but we do not create entities at runtime yet. So that should be fine, I think. So now this is that. So let me break all of the places where this function is used. I think it is used only in single place. So yeah, so as you can see in here, we can just return an entity itself, which you collided with. So this is going to be null. All right. And in here, yeah, there you go. So if you collided with anything, so entity, so you got some sort of an entity. And if entity is equal to null, right, if entity is equal to null, you just, you know, set the new position. If it isn't, we'll look at what the component is and stuff like that. And here is the important thing. Here's the important thing. We may want to take entity position and update its component by that value. So, by the way, that also means that we always set the player's position regardless of whether entity was or wasn't. So if entity was set, we are updating its component by that velocity as well. This is easier than I fucking expected. What the fuck, broski? Alright, so is player colliding with anything? So undeclared function, wait, what? It's underscore. Alright, so I think there's only one place where we use this entire thing. Okay, so let's try to run the whole thing. Let's try to run the whole thing, and yeah, as of right now, you won't be able to push. What, bro? How did that happen? Yes. Okay, so we broke. Oh, it's already pushing shit. Okay, so this is very important. It only makes sense. Yeah. So it's already pushing. If the entity is pushable, right? So let me see. If entity kind is entity pushable, we do that stuff. Otherwise, if it is not pushable, right, if it's entity, well, first of all, that implies that you did collide with something. Okay, so let's go back with our logic. I think I fucked up the logic a little bit, chat. I fucked up the logic. So if entity is equal to null, we always set the new position. That's just given. All right. So if entity is not null, the question is entity pushable? Should have called it pushover or something. If it is pushable, we update this thing, but we also should update the position. Right. Something like that. I think that's how it should go. I think. Alright, let's give it a try. Should be fine. Let's fucking go, mine and from there, fucking go. So as of right now, I can't push this motherfucker. This motherfucker ain't pushable. Is that even English? I don't even know. But now, let's grab it by the gizmo and let's make it push mod. Did I call it push mod instead of pushable? I'm an idiot. Okay. So, and now... It didn't work, chat. It didn't fucking work. Push mod literal, yeah. So type... pushable. Yeah. Chat, it didn't work. Why it didn't work? Yeah, I only tried collision for it. Is player... Yeah. So... Okay, we're starting to actually get interesting emergent behaviors. Or pushable. Chat, doesn't it start looking like a entity component system? Anyway, so right, so we got that stuff, and it's not pushing. Oh, because I didn't mark it as pushable. This is the gimmick. I think it can go through. Yeah. So there's that. But I mean, is it? Where did it go? Oh fuck. What's funny is that those pushables are not affected by the gravity. Yeah. So you need a more complex interaction system, right? To do like, yeah. Oh, and of course. Okay, let's mark this thing as pushable. Let's mark it as pushable and instantly save. Right, so now if I reload, not reload, but just load, it is still pushable. Right, so we saved it. Yeah, this is. You can't push it by diagonal because they are boxes, but you can kind of push that. Oh my god, this is so cool. So you can have puzzles in the game now, right, if you want to. Man, all of that's so cool. And all of that, like think about it, all of that is literally from scratch. Right, I'm not even using the Raylib. That's the thing. I'm not even using Raylib. All of the rendering is software rendering. All of the systems, like everything is developed from scratch. That's kind of cool. We're using like a library to create a window, right, and stuff like that. So it's pixel pushing, yeah, exactly. It's pixel pushing. I want to be able to fucking push that penguin. Can I be able to do that? So I want to. Okay, so let me put him like that, and let's make him pushable. All right. Yo, this could be literal puzzle. Like pushing that penguin. That is so fucking cool. You can make a sucker bun. Yeah. You can make a sucker bun. Goes through all of that. It also goes through the pillars. We still haven't fixed the pillars, by the way. We also haven't fixed the pillars. So none of that is interacting with each other, but we can make them interact with each other. Damn, it's so fun. I like that. What if you jump on top of pushable? That's a good question. Hell yeah! Is it going down? Yeah, it's slowly going down with the speed. Well, I mean that's expectable, right? So it does exactly what the code says, right? It doesn't deflate. Well, it's not really deflating. You know what I'm saying? It's not really deflating in that sense. So I wonder if I can I push it while in a fly mode? Okay, so they are pushable in a fly. Oh shit! I stuck. Chat, I'm stuck. I'm so sorry. This is so funny. I love it so much. Yeah. So you go with me. You're going with me. I don't know. How do I get it unstuck? Like I went out of the flying mode and we're just sinking down now. Yeah. So we're just sinking down. I suppose the only way is to just reload. Reload this kind of thing. This is fun. So this is what recreation programming is all about. That's what it's all about. But anyways, I'm leaving pushable objects. I'll see what I can do with them. Now, what I want you to do. So in terms of like pillars, we need to apply the scale on the pillars as well. When we are placing the models, and maybe it makes sense to actually search specifically for the study. There we go. So look at that. We have position and entity transform, and an entity transform does interesting things. So first of all, it uses the scale and also rotation. Rotation is not particularly applicable to us because we're working with AABBs, right? So we're working with AABBs. Rotating AABB is not going to, they're not rotatable. They are called axis aligned boundary box, right? So rotation is not applicable to being axis aligned. And because of that, by the way, at some point I'm going to probably replace the boxes with spheres, right? So already streaming for almost 2 hours. We'll see. Maybe I'll have time to actually introduce the spheres. But in any case, so here's the entity transformation. And is player colliding with anything? So yeah, entity transformation, right? So this is where we probably want to do that. And by the way, this entire function, the name of this function doesn't make any sense. So I think we should call it player colliding with entity, right? And it only gives us a single entity. So because, well, you can collide with several entities. I think the code that is calling this function should know how many entities you're colliding with. So maybe because of that, you should accept a dynamic array a dynamic array, and so this function should fill in all the entities you're colliding with. Right, so then you can use that information. Holy shit! Man, my mind is going crazy. You can do a lot of cool stuff with all of that stuff. What the fuck? Yeah. Anyway. So, and I haven't implemented like a proper entity system where entity is not a pointer, but rather an index and a poll and stuff like that. It's not really ECS, right? So entity as of right now is a pointer, and as far as I know in the game engine, it is not something that you want to do, right? So you want entities to be indices, right? So reach chain reaction threshold. You can get pretty far without entities, I guess. But I mean, so if you're not creating entities at runtime, so as of right now, we're not creating entities at runtime, so maybe it's fine. So the thing is that the array of entities is dynamic. So if we start creating entities at runtime, that means that all these entity pointers will get invalidated, so we'll have to move towards indices. So we'll have no choice but move towards indices. But yeah, I agree, you can get pretty far with that the whole time. Anyways, so what I want to do is just okay with the entity, whatever. So here's the transformation, we take in the scaling, right? And so here is rotation. Maybe we don't need that. We're not applying rotation, but we do need to apply the scaling. So, and I suppose the scaling must be applied before trying to apply the position. So how can we even do that? So with 3f, I remember we have to multiply stuff, and 3f multiply vector. So this is probably what we want to do here. And it gives me the thing. So here's the entity transform, right? Entity transform. So here is the box P1, right? So this is the box P1, and it gives me the point. And I suppose maybe this is what I want to start with. So this is a P1, and this is this thing. So it's more like this. Maybe I also want to apply it like that. So first we are rotating things, and then we are offsetting them. Rotating, offsetting is where it is P1, P2. Alright, hopefully that will make the pillars collidable as well. So hopefully, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how... Hey, Emacs is going fucking crazy like a motherfucker. Okay, so is player colliding with entity. Player colliding with entity. Alrighty. I'm actually super excited about this stream. Is it colliding? No! It didn't work, chat. It didn't fucking work. How? Oh, okay, it kinda worked. But not really. Ah, I see. Something is deeply offset. Yeah. Draw the B-box. Yeah, the problem with drawing B-box is a little bit weird. Because if I just enable drawing the B-box, it just draws them. Yeah, but you can. Well, I mean, okay. We need to. If we draw in the B box, we also need to apply the stuff. Entity transform. So this is an entity scale X Y Z. Maybe I'm just applying it in the wrong order. So by the way, V3F entity P1 entity P2. And let's just get rid of that, so that makes it easier to maybe swap it around. I'm pretty sure you first have to scale and then you offset it. Otherwise, I found a bug. I actually found a bug. It has to be entity P1, this one entity P2. So that explains it. That actually explains it. Okay, so now if I try to do that, and let's enable the B-box boundary box for now. Let's disable that. Okay, boom! Yes, motherfucker, yes! Oh, hell yeah. I always wanted to do that. Since I started the game, I always wanted to walk on these things. And now I can. I actually fucking can. Holy fuck. Yes, that's so fucking cool. Absolute budgeting, motherfuckers! Budgeting! Boom. And let's try to do something cool in here, right? So essentially there should be some sort of a way to maybe climb, right? Somewhere here. Yeah. Okay. Can you make that climbable? Alright, so that's... Well, it's kind of climbable, alright, so that means can I maybe... Okay, so this is that, this is that, this is that, Okay, so let's put it here and like that. It's kind of difficult sometimes to snap it. So you can fall through all of these things, but I guess that's fine. I'm not a huge fan of that stuff. Maybe I should have... Yeah. And that should be it, I think. Which also raises the question, can I maybe select all of these things? Yeah. Does it make it better? It makes it a little bit better, I suppose. We can make maybe... I can't mass change their colors. Fuck. That's annoying. That's an annoying part of that. So I can only change one, but it's fine, I guess. So, okay. So this one probably doesn't need to exist in here. But apart from that, that's kind of thing. And by the way, I can save it. So it's now part of the module. So, and if I restart the whole thing, it's still there. Right? So this entire thing is still there. So I can literally make levels and everything. Oh my god, this is so cool! I created a fucking engine. I created a fucking engine, I can make things. I can't believe that actually. Did I make that? How did I fucking make that? Just like a level edit type of shit. It's not... Bizarre shit is going on. You can walk on the trees and shit. Bojuding? Fucking bojuding. Alright, so let me see the other OS. Okay, collision barrier. Okay, so there was a lot of like, you know, trying to figure out how to do that properly and stuff like that. I think I'm gonna put some note in here. It turned out that the dumbest checking of boundary boxes of static entities just does what I want. So I'm closing this issue, this task, not issues, task for now. You know, we should stop using the word issue, right? So that's why we have so many issues with software development. There's no issues, they're tasks. Tasks. Anyways, I don't have a strong opinion on how to name these kind of things. I'm just joking. Okay, so I'm gonna close. So this is closed, and yeah, so that kind of works for me. Right? So opportunities, right? It's not issues, it's opportunities. Alright, so this is that, collision barrier, so this is a floor height, and yeah, I think I'm gonna do a committee. So get some stuff, geometry and everything. So there was a function that I still didn't know where to put. I'll need to decide on that. So by the way, here is the level, hard-coded level. As you can see, I added new things in here. So does it have pushable stuff? Yeah, so this entity became pushable. I have a very simple, like a text format that stores the level. That's kind of cool. So in track file, so this is just the garbage. So one function that I want to address, xwh to lrtb. Okay, so is this a useful function? So as of right now, I don't really use it anywhere, but it's kind of useful. It's very small. If I ever need it again, I can just implement it again. I don't think I need to obsess over that too much. So this is the compilation. Oh, I added GDB. And I added GDB because my GF2 setup didn't work. I don't think I need that stuff anymore. So asset, yeah, so this is boundary box pushable. I think all of that is fine. So everything within the game.c is fine. So geometry is the new stuff. Overlay, all of that is fine. So this is just a playground. This is an important part of new asset building. Yeah, we're Gucci. I think we're Gucci. Okay. So introduce, make static entities impenetrable. So that just does what I need for now. It's not perfect, it's not ideal, but it does exactly what I need for just start developing a fucking game. So just having that is already kind of enough. I can put things around, I can kind of interact with things, so it's perfect. That's exactly what I need. So let's fucking go. Right, and I can't really push it. My Kolmogorov is sleeping right now. I need to wake up Kolmogorov, right? So then I can push into the Kolmogorov. Is it pushable? Is it pushing? Yeah, it's been pushed into the Kolmogorov. All right. Does anyone have 8 months just to start making the game? Is it 8 months? Was it really 8 months? I don't believe it's 8 months. Holy fuck, it is. It's 7 months actually. It's actually 7 months. Fuck me. But I mean, it's sort of like I've been working on this game as sort of like a pet project, aside from pumping out engagement slop on my main channel. My main activity is engagement slop, right? So, and when I have a spare time, I'm working on this game. So that's why it, you know, goes that slow, because it's not my main focus usually. It's the same as having the job and just working on a passion project in the weekends and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why it goes so slow, because it's just, it is what it is. It's not my main job. It's the adventure that counts, maybe. So I apologize that it goes this slow, but again, I actually said up front that I don't know how long it's gonna take, right? So I'm not putting any limitations on myself or any deadlines. I just want to see where it goes. Right. And again, it's not like I have pre-orders. It's not like I took your money, right, and didn't deliver anything. So it's just like I'm doing the thing. So far, it looks good. Hopefully. How difficult was it to implement the camera following player? Not that difficult, actually. So let me take a look. So it's somewhere in the game update. So where do we do that? It's not a game main, I think. So player horizontal, okay, attach camera to the player third person. Okay, so that's the entirety of the code that does that. So yeah, so we have a camera position. So I'm positioning it at 0022, which means that Z is a little bit, you know, from the distance, because I assume that the player is going to be at 000. So then I suppose I'm applying the player's rotation, right? So this is application of the player rotation, and then application of the player position, right? So this is what I've done in here in terms of position, and I set the camera position to the renderer. So then I am applying the rotations as well, right? Camera rotation. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that the camera position and the camera rotation are separate things. They're not combined into a single metric, but that's beside the point. I think the scope could be compressed a little bit. I feel like it could be compressed. By the way, I haven't been looking at the subs. Thank you so much, Gas Ita. Thank you. So yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Zed. How was your stream? What were you guys doing? Game development, drawing, painting, stuff like that. We still continue working on this game. So we recently implemented a simple collision system, which is kind of cool, I think. Mine went well. I was doing some hacking on GUI Leap I'm making. Great. GUI is actually kind of cool. It kind of became irrelevant with all of the web stuff. People just make GUIs in web now. Right. So because of that, people think that GUI is just basically massaging the DOM. But by itself, GUI is an interesting topic. Is that like a immediate GUI or retained GUI, or so akin to I'm GUI? Yeah. So we got a simple collision system. So I can now stand on things. So which is kind of cool. Hello. So there's some coins in here. You can't collect them. I think you should be able to collect them at some point. Simple collision system. Yes, exactly, my comrade. Simple collision system. So there's a hole in here. I think you can you fall? Now my boundary box is too huge. I'm too fat to fall through that hole. But theoretically I should be able to fall through that hole. Thank you so much, the Frankie Joe, for the subs. Thank you. My mostly immediate, really, it's a simple layout engine with an entity component system for what to put in the layout, mostly for games rather than, say, desktop apps. Understandable. So that's kind of cool. And as far as I know, immediate mode style UI, the paradigm, was kind of invented specifically for the game. Right? People think that like immediate UI needs some sort of a library, but it's more about like an approach. It's an approach that allows you to easily embed a UI into a game, into sort of like this multimedia thing with an event loop, or like a game loop and stuff like that. So, and yeah, immediate mode is the way to go for the games. All right, so, and I'm actually also finishing my stream, so you caught the end of the stream, so I guess I'll have to go. And React brought immediate mode to web. Well, yeah, it's kind of difficult to retrofit immediate mode approach onto the retained mode of DOM, and that's why React is such a disaster, but yeah, that's besides the point. Anyways, I guess I'll have to go. So thanks everyone who's watching me. I really appreciate that. Have a good one, and I see you on the next recreational programming session with Mr. Azozin. So let's maybe rate somebody. I'm super happy at how the whole thing turned out. So do we have any recreational programmers streaming right now? I don't see anybody. So can you guys suggest anybody? Any recreational programmers? Okay, so TCAP1 is streaming, so he's streaming some C, I suppose, and that's exactly what we were doing as well. So, Twitch UI, TCAP1. Alright, get ready for the raid, and I see you on the next session. Yeah, I love you. Hello everyone, and welcome to yet another recreation programming session with Mr. Azozin. So, if you watched any of my maybe Jai streams, right, you know that Jai comes with a simp module, right? So as far as I know, it's just like a simple graphics. Yeah, it's a simple framework for drawing graphics that you can use for most programs that are not too demanding, or you could copy this module and customize it to become what you want. So essentially, this is supposed to be sort of like a Jai's Raylib, and there's no even Raylib shipping with Jai itself, even though there's a lot of things that are shipped with Jai, like curl, for instance, right? Third-party dependencies. There's a lot of batteries included into Jai, but not Raylib. And I suspect the reason is it's a competitor to Simp. But unfortunately, Simp is not that well developed. At least it is not as well developed as Raylib, right? To be fair. And if you tried both Raylib and Simp, you probably noticed that. But to be fair, in my opinion, in defense of Jai, I would say that Raylib been in development for as long as Jai, actually, I think. Right, so like, Raylib is like over 10 years old, right, and Jai have been in development, like the entirety of the language was roughly the same amount of time. So obviously, like if you focus all of that effort and all of that attention on just a library, you will get a pretty good library. So I don't think it's fair comparing them. But in any case, usually I find it like just more convenient and pleasant to simply use Raylib instead of Simp, even from Jai. And as far as I know, this is exactly what John wanted originally, right? So he didn't want to enforce anything on you. He wanted a free market of libraries. Right, so and the strongest one wins the market. There you go. That's exactly what's happening, right? Raylib is just kind of like stronger because there was more effort and more attention put into that library. So, and that's exactly what we're going to do today. We're going to be using Raylib from Jai. So how about that? We're going to do a little bit of a graphics programming. Just wanted an excuse to do a little bit of a graphics programming, if you know what I mean. So let's create something like a Jai Raylib. So, and in here, I'm going to create like the entry point. As freaking usual. So let me import basic, and just a second, and let's create an entry point. Something like that. Didn't even have to include std.io. The main problem with Jai I see so far is that I can't include std.io. So, but it's not that big of a problem, right? So just a little bit of annoyance. I want to be able to include std.io. So hello seaman, right? So this is what I'm gonna say. John usually says hello sailor. I say hello seaman. So Jai Linux, and let's just try to compile this entire thing, right? So auto run, and there we go. It says hello seaman. So we need Raylib, right? Somehow we need to grab a Raylib. I do have Raylib in OPT somewhere here. So here is Raylib. It's 5.5. As far as I know, wasn't there like a new release of Raylib recently? I haven't looked into that. Thank you so much, Clarnit, right, for the sub. Thank you. So let me see. No, there was no really new releases, at least stable ones. Raysan doesn't really do releases very often, that's what I noticed, right? So he may go like a year or two without the release, but that is fine. It's a pretty stable library. So, okay. How do I link with this kind of stuff? So first of all, we need to have like a foreign function. And the first foreign function that I want to do is something like init window, right? That's the function that I want to have in here. And init window, as far as I know, let's take a look at la definition of the init window. Where is the, okay, so here is the include raylib.h init window. So it accepts width. And as far as I know, integer is a 32-bit integer in C. Because of that, we have to do like S32. So this one is not hello height, right? So S32, and then we we need to have something like title, which is actually pointed to the bytes, and this thing does not return anything. So as far as you have to mark this thing as foreign, right? So you're marking it as foreign, but that is not enough. You also have to specify the library from which you want to take all of that stuff. I'm gonna grab some stuff in here, and I'm gonna search for foreign definitions of the functions in the, that's a lot of different definitions, and that's kind of close to what I want. So maybe so this is different sockets and stuff like that. Okay, so this is a good one, right? So this is how you do that. So essentially you say foreign and you specify the name of the library, but then you also have to define that library somewhere. Right, so we can say something like arraylib, and then I have to specify that arraylib is some sort of a library, but I don't remember for sure. We can go ahead and try to find that specific thing somewhere. I'm going to grab this entire thing like that, and yeah, this is how we do that. Then you say like it's a system library of some sort. So this is a library. Okay, so I should be able to say this is an arraylib. And what's interesting is that this automatically makes Jai compiler look for this library and link with it. You do not specify what kind of libraries you want to link with from the command line. You specify that from the code, and it kind of makes sense, right? So because the code knows what it wants to link with. So you kind of like the idea of Jai is that you keep as much in the code as possible, right? So all the good stuff. So I'm not sure if it's going to compile or not. Right, we can try to go ahead and do that. Jai Linux main.jai, and there you go. It couldn't find this library. So dynamic library load failed, error code 0 message blah 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 arraylib .so cannot open shared object or something like that. So which makes me interested. Can I obviously have to specify some sort of a search path, right? So without that search path, it won't be able to find anything. But I wonder if I can like literally just copy paste that thing to the current folder. So we have basically the static library, right? That's the static library, and this is the dynamic library. I wonder if this is going to be enough. Obviously, I'm also not sure if this is going to trip off the compiler. So let's go ahead and try to do that. Okay, so it specifically searches for arraylib.so, right? So which kind of tells me that maybe I have to say lib arraylib. So for this thing to actually work, yeah, it does strip it off, right? So it doesn't expect this version thingy. I wonder if I can just like make a lib arraylib.so symlink, if you know what I mean. It didn't work properly. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and rename this entire thing. So maybe it's going to work, and that works. So, and if we take a look at this entire thing, it doesn't even link with arraylib. But then, if I try to maybe call init window, so 800 by 600, and here I'm going to say hello Seaman, right? So Seaman, like that, and I'm going to try to recompile this entire thing. Okay, something didn't compile. Ooh, this is interesting. So it linked, but now since I'm using some of the functions, it also needs to link with the math library. How do I link with the math library? I swear to God, there's somewhere math library linkage in the code. So there should be something like libm or whatever, because there. Okay, do you have something like, all right, I'm gonna search specifically for this thing. All right, I found it. Okay, look at that. In some places, oh, if you just wanna link with the library, but you don't wanna use it anywhere, you don't have to bind it to a name. Oh, this is so cool. I can actually, okay, so you can actually do something like that. Right, and this is what we're gonna do in here. And okay, so library, it didn't like something. This kind of storage cannot be used in the top level scope. What? Excuse me? Okay, can I just like do, why can't I use that in the top level scope? Like here, it is, so expert, I have no idea why it says it like that. Is that because it has to be behind some conditions or something like that? Okay, but now it works. And now if I try to run this entire thing, it actually created a window, and here is the arraylib logo. So, arraylib speedrun done in Jai, very easy, right? So that's how we do that. Well, what's funny is that we didn't provide any flags or anything. We did that purely from the, from the source code, and that's kind of cool actually. So you can actually start doing things. The only thing you need to do is to just define the bindings for all of these functions, right? So now we can do something like begin drawing, right? So begin drawing, this function, as far as I know, doesn't accept and doesn't return anything, and because of that, this is just parentheses, right? So this is just parentheses, so this is going to be foreign, arraylib, and then I'm going to say end drawing, also arraylib. Another thing we need to do is probably window should close, something like that. This thing returns a boolean, right? So this is going to be foreign arraylib, like that. And maybe you want to clear background, right? So I want to clear background. Here we have to accept the color, and for now I think the easiest thing to do is accept U32, and that's about it. We can also close window, right? So we need to close window. Okay, so while window should not close, we begin drawing, then we end drawing. So this is end drawing, and then we're going to clear background with a red color. like so. And then at the end, we're gonna close the window. All right, so I'm gonna try to run this entire thing, and that works. First try. So it's kind of funny, isn't it? Kind of cool. Right, we can already do things, but it's kind of tedious to define all of these functions. And because of that, in Jai comes with a very interesting thing called a bindings generator. So there's this thing, bindings generator, and we can take a look at what it is and how to use it, right? So we can have CPP library and some other stuff. So here is the module. So there's some documentation in here. It generates Jai wrappers for C++ headers, but it also works for C, right? I mean, kind of superset of C, but not really. So I'm thinking, can we actually give it to give Raylib to bindings generator and get some stuff generated? So that's kind of interesting. That's kind of an interesting question. But before we do that, I suppose, right, we need to create like a build file in here, right? So we need to create a build file. So, and a build file is essentially going to execute the bindings generator, right? So usually the way you do that, you do first Jai, right? And you start by executing stuff at compile time, right? So we're gonna say hello from compile time, right? This is a hello from compile time. And so as far as I know, you also need to import basic and a compiler, right? Something like that. So and if I try to do first Jai, it is going to actually say hello from compile time, but then it's going to fail the compilation because there's no entry point. So the usual thing you need to do, you need to set build options during compilation or something like that. I don't quite remember how you do all of that stuff, how this particular function is called. So I need to